chapters to derive proof texts to establish that those that join the Kabbalah are nothing short of sinners, actively working against the divine and preventing redemption for the rest of us. Thanks, guys. These first three chapters also give the reader their first real chance to whet your palate in Kabbalistic theosophy, but also in the general mode by which Kabbalistic arguments are established through proof texting. So immediately one gets a sense of what's at stake in Kabbalah, well, nothing short of final redemption of reality, but also the methodology of establishing these kinds of truths through exoteric and esoteric argumentation, employing a range of scriptures, especially Sefer Zohar. He divides these redemption-blocking, shunning people into three groups that deny that there's any esoteric connection to the Torah at all, since people are just basic, simple-minded morons. That group of people are that such esoteric conventions do exist, but also should be arguing that the master every form of knowledge under the sun, astronomy, perfect creation of the good, and that given these metaphysical realm, I believe that one must get the best foundation you can and into it. Start studying as soon as you can. Study the Kabbalah, okay? Finally, there's the argument some studies will lead one to heresy, Cordovero is immensely practical, wise, and Kabbalah. Now, the argument is better to learn these poems rather than not learn at all for some teacher, even if that leads to incorrect ideas at first. Heresy first. In fact, heresy takes it as serious study and ultimately be guided by nothing short of the belief. Well, I hope you know that's better than to have no teacher than that. I mean, yes, poor and false teachers. Of course, part of the acknowledgments of the study of the Kabbalah and the heresy are about and about students. When you learn something incorrect or position of things, they can still be corrected or a better teacher, but a teacher thinks they've got it all figured out. All this fickle behavior. Well, study should be encouraged, but we should be suspicious of all that them, especially ones that put themselves beyond reproach, aim to have all their or lives of teachers. Recognize such a false teacher Cordovero lives in of conversations and don't like logical and such teachers should have a firm foundation in classical and finally, one sense learning and teaching Kabbalah is that you come for redemption and not ever for the sake of pride, failure of any of these three criteria that person should be regarded as a teacher. As you can imagine, Cordovero doesn't have much to say at all about these so-called teachers. In fact, he likens them to be hideous, demonic hosts of husks of reality left over in the residue of creation. While real trees bear fruit, wretched teachers believe all process of spreading corruption of knowledge. But teachers must be really careful in selecting students because selecting the wrong people is like the gentle of the Torah to the soul as Lilith. And Zohar has it. That's how the makes it out. Is that that study is actually a duty of those capable of undergoing it. In fact, the only example here on my mind is also really revealed the rather lovely marriage of more rational try to reflect in the more mystical teachings of the Catholic law. Only what the law of Cordero actually answers both creation and the absurdity of Jewish law. There, something which philosophy can discuss, maybe after discussion, but it cannot avoid form. Thus, the Kabbalah and philosophy work together to provide a comprehensive vision of why the is the way that it is, but also how themselves and righteousness in this reality to redeem it. Here, ethics and metaphysics are combined. Again, that angle of again, I'll be circling back to it. Episode mystical ethics. Now that it's established study why, now comes to how and so. Here things are marked by a combination of fear, kind of radical humility, but also bravery in the hopes of securing mystical wisdom and doing your part in the process of the greater. Cordero notes that one should avoid books that create meaning and has no time for obscurantism. Such books filled with riddles and metaphors are just meant to pump up the mind of the author, confusing the reader in the interest of making the author feel right than they are. And Cordero links clarity with piety and wisdom. Again, the point of the Kabbalah for Cordero is ushering in the final redemption of reality, not showing off how strong you are with power and dense and opaque writing. In continental philosophy, y'all listen to this? Go on there. Listen. So, where to start? Cordero actually provides a kind of preliminary reading list, zero on specific sections. So far, with a foundation in safer here. Now, if you're curious about this text, I've actually done an episode on those topics in the cards as well. Now, interestingly enough, so far on the section that are lamentation actually predate the heart of literature, and even more interesting, we have access to so far on Esther, which is no longer small. No one thinks that also encourages the study of separation. I said American Bible so mysticism was actually dated to the late classical period. Again, to emphasize on those topics on my list on the wall, Cordero urges the beginner a text first to take along the way, but then they should take additional greater and greater. They
Hello, Leah. Yes, I can. Can you hear me? You sound clear to me. I'm well, thank God. How are you? I am, absolutely. About 5 years. I'm a member of multiple I do live stream content. I have to move away from the going to shul or synagogue 3 times daily, but I certainly participate in events as I can from the remote sets. And actually, it's one of the inspirations behind my live stream. Previously, prior to the pandemic, we didn't really have any events that went virtual, but communities of which I'm a part started having virtual events, and that helped to motivate me to become more comfortable to be on camera. And here we are, nearly 5 years later. Yes, absolutely. I teach at least an hour Kabbalah class every day and have for since I turned 40 years old, so that's 223 days. And I plan on doing that the rest of my life. So of the 24 hours a day that I archive, at least one of them is focused solely on religious teaching. And then additionally, I have the different services and prayers that I do perform, and certainly blessings on food. And so I give the world as best opportunity to see the life of a religious individual as well as someone who's a scientist. Certainly, I was going through Spotify looking for perhaps historians or people who I felt had a like-minded philosophy on data, archiving the future and the past. And I was able to get your email and connect with you. That's how I found you. I really appreciate that. It was extremely informative. I did my research, I did my homework, so I'm prepared to address the topics that you provided. And in terms of thing that I'd like to show, if possible, perhaps when I'm doing my introduction, I'd like to give the listenership the ability, and I will just show them using my screen, of my live streams of how they can find me and what they look like and all of these different live streams that I have going continuously. Would you mind if I show them this? After's fine. I just said before because in your outline it said to do that at the beginning so people can find me, but usually I do that. So that's totally fine. That, that's absolutely fine. Absolutely. So in the beginning, I'll just and then where people can find me. That's good with you. Great. Hello, I'm well, thank God. How are you? Take your time. Absolutely. So thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to be here. Thank you to your audience. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, whole world peace. I've been doing so 4 years. I'm approaching 5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today in my own way. The reason why this project is so important, one of the reasons, is that in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'd love to reward you. I'd love to reward your audience by monetizing the data, in addition to ensuring that it's preserved for free. But I'd like to be able to use the platform that I've created for good to help end things like world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'd like to help end world thirst with technology inventions, technological inventions like desalination, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. This project is much more than just the story of my life. It's also a timeline and time capsule human events. In the background of all of my streams, I keep radio going that is archiving news. So you literally can go back at any moment of any day for the last really 5 years and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. And I feel that That's absolutely right. I'd like to introduce the audience into some of the terms that of which they may not be familiar, but they will be emerging as not only our conversation takes place, but certainly over the course of the coming years in terms of what generally it's known as life. So for anyone out there, what is life? Life logging is essentially what I'm doing, archiving your life, the continuous digital recording and preservation of an individual's life experiences. Some of the other aspects, I'm a trailblazer in the realm of uh, things like continuous human data infrastructure, which is the integrated systems, technologies, processes, continue to collect, store, manage, and analyze human data, generated data. But additionally, I'm a foremost trailblazer in continuous human activity data, the continuously updated record of an individual's physical, digital, and social activities. I think in the future, people will be able to study my stream for many different reasons. Bioinformatics, which is the application of computing and data analysis specifically to biological information. What I'm doing is a form of automated journaling, which is the automatic creation of personal journals using digitally collected data. And so to give people an idea of what uh, it may seem with these terms quite complicated, but basically, I'm not doing anything much different than what people a generation or two ago would have done by creating a journal and writing down their memories and thoughts and just events of the day or a diary. And so I basically have created this digital diary. I share it with the world. What makes it really unique is that it is a way not only for me to be able to communicate what's going on in my life and world events, but I give people an opportunity to be able to connect with me as much as they wish within Discord. So it's not just a one-way discussion. My discussions with individuals from all continents are archived specifically through my discussions on Discord and are available for the world to be able to study as well. So it isn't just a project about my life, it's a project about the people in my community. We have thousands of people in our Discord community. And actually, I've inspired people to stream their lives as well. So I'm not the only one who's doing this. There are other people who have been doing this for now at least a year. And they will continue to do so as long as they're able. And it's somewhat of a movement that we started. And frankly, the amount of information that we're gathering at this point, or that we can even see, is perhaps just a drop in the bucket, especially when the AI is utilized to be able to dissect it. And we're going to talk about history specifically. And if you don't mind, would you like to start that conversation? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So this is the world's first known analog computer. Essentially, it was uh, first discovered in the early 20th century. In yeah, so really 20th century. Uh, it was discovered in by scuba divers, and uh, scientists basically don't know exactly everything about it, but it uh, basically was a computer from about 2,000 years ago that was able to detect certain celestial arrangements and also perhaps also be able to plan different Olympic games every 4 years or so. And it's called the Antikythera mechanism because it's discovered Antikythera, and this is a small island located between Crete and Kythera in the Mediterranean Sea. It was an accidental discovery. In 1900, a group of Greek sponge the have my notes. Sure. That's correct. It's an excellent question. Oh, that's certainly here from a positive standpoint. We have redundant systems, especially servers around the world, and data farms that if there is any type of catastrophic global incident, hopefully the redundant backups will allow for the information to be preserved. If there is some type of catastrophic uh, global issue that ceases all humanity, then of course, no, we do not think that it will continue. But certainly, engineers have and tried their best to predict any kind of systems that may fail and ensure that there are adequate backups. So perhaps 2,000 years from now, I believe that the data that we're creating will be to the civilizations of the future. It, it depends how it's preserved. Most certainly, and historians have speculated that perhaps society progressed to some extent following the fire at the Great Library of Alexandria. Perhaps some secrets like the Baghdad battery, um, uh, uh, its true nature have been lost. Many scientists have speculate. With this discovery that you absolutely right happened in 1900, which is the tail end of the 19th century, and the development and study of it into the 20th century, it still is of some mystery. I believe in 2005, scientists and were able to scan it and actually remove some of the rare, still some of the writing, but point, we still don't know all of its necessary, um, all of its necessary realizations, what exactly it was for. But we do have the ability to speculate that it was as advanced to be able to predict eclipses, certainly perhaps the Egyptian calendar and the Greek calendar, as we previously said, the Olympiad to some extent. It was almost like a Google calendar of the ancient uh, times, the ancient Mediterranean. And these types of discoveries were only available because of a tragedy. A ship that sunk in the Mediterranean that allowed scientists to have this information preserved. Who knows what is still beneath the waves of the sea and what else might be preserved? I am someone who's very positive towards types of technologies like LIDAR and ground penetrating radar that allow scientists to be able to pinpoint exactly where potential discoveries may be without causing major environmental destruction to the surrounding area. And I'm hopeful that other types of discoveries will be made over the course of our lifetimes. It is certainly a worry. In terms of the mechanism, I believe it was precision cut rods, and you're absolutely right. The accuracy is astounding for thousands of years ago, and could metallurgists even today be able to create something in a similar fashion with as much accuracy? Chances are probably not on the first attempt. This was something very skilled tradesmen, craftsmen, and people who had generations, perhaps, of knowledge that was passed down, much of which has been lost. And that's unfortunate and can cause regression to civilization. I personally feel that the ability of having redundant backups in a modern day will allow us to preserve much of the information. But there are skills that really, it isn't to say that coding won't be something that's important to future generations. It will be, but much of it will be with the aid of AI and the guidance of AI. And this is good and bad. Yes, it is a skill that people won't rely on as much, but additionally, it is something that has many positives that people won't have to be educated for many years and all of the different issues that can occur throughout a software engineer coding lifespan. This will be able to be created immediately, instantaneously, and perhaps most importantly from a coding perspective, with exceptional accuracy. So there's good and bad with the loss of this type of knowledge. Uh, Perhaps, hopefully, along with the data that we are preserving, that sure, as one of looking at history as it is becoming less relevant with the rise of in 1950s. That's right. Yes, it was around 1455. That's when the Good Bible was published. So in the years subsequent to that. Perhaps not in as great a way as we're finding, because what is available generally from the tree and leather the idea of the combination and the specificity that was needed from Google type certainly created in a similar way that AI has created these capabilities today in terms of land and water, energy, and real estate because of for these large data centers and certainly be able to operate. So in many ways, there are similarities between the resource scarcity that was created during time for specifically 14, 15, 55, and perhaps today, 2020. Uh, Answers all uh, that technological, logical things like an attorney it is able to provide reasons instantaneously. Being a doctor, it's able to perhaps aid within research that's immediately. Things like customer service, it's able to completely replace customer service agents. Things like program managers, software engineers, coders, engineers, replace their positions, or for those positions that continue to exist and allows people to enhance skills. Anything is almost like a some type of supernatural addition to someone's skill that allows more accurate and faster production for any individual. And in many ways, we are just in its infancy, especially when it's combined with robotics. We're really going to see some replacements, especially for more blue collar positions, physically draining positions in terms of mining, in terms of firefighting, in terms of forestry. And when you combine AI with robotics, we're really going to see an increase in people's ability to perform their jobs or just not need to perform them anymore because of the enhancement that AI gives to humanity. Well, I think any person's skill can be enhanced because of the speed and accuracy of AI. So, for instance, historians will need to perhaps spend huge amounts of time looking through books of previous eras. AI will be able to scan all of those books for recognition, be able to query all of the information and push of a button of information that will allow historians to be able to make better references than previously may have taken decades, maybe within moments. Things like being a teacher, certainly in the past, it takes a lot of skill and a lot of experience to be a good teacher. What AI will allow a teacher to do, perhaps, is to no longer have to spend huge amounts of time writing papers and certainly preparing lesson plans. It will all be able to answer what their current skill set is and allow them to spend more time with students. Perhaps now we're moving to a digital world and we're moving towards virtual classrooms and such. So the idea of what it is to go to school may change over the course of the next few decades. But generally, whatever type of, of employment a person has, I will give them more enhanced skills so that they can focus on perhaps more soft skills that AI isn't able to completely replace at this moment. But given enough time, AI might be able to do all of these things better than a human. Not yet, and you're absolutely right. So what AI can do to provide you diagrams and outline and perhaps even short videos on the best ways to ride a bike. Will that replace the experience of being able to ride a bike? No. Will that be able to replace your knowledge that you would develop to ride a bike to be able to teach someone else? No, because you have the skill and you have the experience that you've been able to develop over time, and AI does not have that. However, if someone's not a clear communicator or they're not a good teacher of helping someone to be able to ride a bike, an outline or a diagram or a video may be able to allow them to enhance their knowledge to be able to teach. So perhaps it's not able to necessarily replace someone's skills, especially someone who's learned it in the trade craft, but it would be able to help them organize the information. It might give them a different understanding, a different take that they may previously not have considered. It does give different opportunities of certainly varying opinions that all people might have thought of initially. Is it a complete replacement for an individual? No, not yet at the current age, but we can enhance many of the ways in which someone can communicate with someone who is looking to learn how to ride a bike or teach someone else. you're raising a really many of the examples that have been given, medical assistant, mechanic, riding a bike, are for, so we do need robotics perhaps to see the full enhancement. If something were to be just or what what many might consider to be, well, certainly, yes. And I was going to give an example similar to language, a poet or an author. Uh, AI would certainly be able to give you more options and words that you're using, or more opportunities for a different way to convey something. And it is up to the actual user to be choose which one they feel is best. But in terms of, let's just say, learning a language, right now, if you were to learn a language without any type of aid, it's quite difficult. When you could go to AI and ask it for a series of glossaries or dictionaries that it could provide specifically on the topic that you want to enhance your vocabulary. That could be very beneficial. And I think it's probably an easier example that would give me something that's much more technical, like being a mechanic or driving or even riding a bicycle. So we may find that uh, the task depends on or how beneficial AI can be, depends on the task. And certainly, some people do not respond well to AI at all, and learn much better from and from a normal, your traditional way of teaching. When other people may prefer AI, may prefer the opportunity to ask every detailed question that they may have on a given subject before they feel comfortable, perhaps moving forward with their uh, their encounter, their task. Yes, and I absolutely do. Uh, One thing that the Gutenberg Bible and Movable did was it democratized ideas and specifically religion and caused governments to fear new technology. This development, more than 500 years ago, or more, allowed for political criticism to spread, certainly religious disagreement, and rumors. And we're seeing the same thing right today. And I have seen AI be censored, and I've done my best to archive this journey. I was using AI. I was live streaming my life 1 year before AI really became in the consciousness or the zeitgeist Western society. I started my live streams in fall of 2020, and in November of 2022, I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT. I was a user. It's launched November 30th, 2022, and I've been able to see its development. And there were actually ways to bring AI in different modes. One was known as Dan or Do Anything Now, where AI would ignore its strict security features and would basically work like an open-ended large language model. I can tell you the different answers that I can get in terms of like something like vitamins. What vitamins does a person need, or what are the best vitamins that a person can with the unadulterated language model? It would give me a list of hundreds of different vitamins. But when the system was censored, it would only give me about seven of them, which I found to be very interesting and have documented over the course of my live streams. And in the same way, we're seeing this type of censorship even more in terms of any kind of political opposition. Maybe there do have to be some types of censorship in terms of protecting individuals from not harming themselves or harming other individuals, but we do see a direct correlation in the same way that the printing press was suppressed with AI, and we see it in terms of how many tokens people can use, how how often certain queries could be made, the topics that people on which they can publish. Uh, so there's definitely, I feel, a direct correlation between the censorship of hundreds of years ago and the censorship that we're seeing with AI today. I agree. And there's a fear I have, and I'm sure other people have, the suppression of these types of discussions and this type of technology. In some ways, it can be seen good if it's protecting individuals, but at what point are we sacrificing our security? And moreover, who's making these decisions? You or I sit at the board of any of these major AI organizations, and they're certainly not very candid in many of the decisions that they're making, why they're thus in the same way that much of the information is constrained hundreds of years ago, we're continuing to see this information constrained. And I think that there is that we should have that this information is being constrained by an unknown individual. Oh, I do see the similarities that we're seeing in how the automobile was a development that is a similar way to what we're seeing with AI and computing, or the assembly line. Sure. Um, and these types of manufacturing processes and dividing things into steps and ensuring that there's continuous improvement helped us to be able to develop our modern day systems. I'm in agreement with this. This is a significant historical event, and the process is much bigger than just the right? It is the assembly line in general, and just an organized workflow that previously was not as organized, or I should say, as analyzed as it would be beginning of the 20th century moving into the 19th. It depends on the task, certainly, but It's an excellent article and it's an excellent question that you raised. In my opinion, it depends on what we consider to be the real cost. So, if we're looking at just dollars and cents, yes, many times AI at the current stage is more expensive to some extent than human capital that made or human investment that would normally be utilized for whatever process that is. The idea, though, is that current cost does not necessarily remain stagnant. There are developments with energy, geothermal energy, tidal power, wave power, nuclear energy that can reduce energy costs. There are processes and technologies that I even mentioned earlier, like desalination, that can assist with the cooling efforts of an AI system. And we're really in the early days of AI, what we would expect it perhaps as costly as possible, as costly as it would be, because it hasn't had time, we haven't had time as a civilization to work through many of the efficiencies that may be gleaned in the future. So, from that perspective, we may be at a costly time of AI just because we have a lot of experience with it. I do think that it is an interesting article, though, because normally, and I'm in agreement with you, we think that AI is too old to be cheaper because one computer can perhaps replace 100 individuals. And we're finding that that's not always true. It depends on the task. It certainly depends on the goal. And I think that at the beginning of the process, we're going to have higher costs, especially with the efficiencies that we have with energy and the grid and cooling and property. But perhaps in the future, we will see those costs to be reduced if we're able to perhaps be able to build these systems or these servers and things vertically, have an efficient cooling process for them, perhaps be able to have them fully simulated by using nuclear or some type of geothermal power or tidal or even some of even solar. So, uh, with like as with any type of new development technology, there will be challenges, especially at the beginning. But I feel given enough time, we will see the cost of AI be reduced in comparison to the amount of human labor that it. Perhaps not in the next decade or so, but given I feel looking at a century timeline, energy may have the opportunity to be efficiency almost certainly will increase. It depends on when we're looking at it. For uh, the near vision, the near sight that we have, looks less. But in longer periods of time, these organizations will learn more efficient ways to organize the grid and to generate power. And we may, perhaps in the far future, find extremely efficient AI systems that previously seemed like a dream. The more time that is utilized, perhaps the more energy that will be able to be preserved. If we look at this in terms of like the that we referenced just a short while ago, and really in the early days of the automobiles were extremely expensive and were a luxury only for the very wealthy. Your average individual could never afford them. Even though we worked at Ford Motor Company could not afford them in the early days. But then we have the assembly line development, the Model T development. Sure, that's okay. Certainly. Well, it is certainly accurate that uh, ends that gods get, basically those who have the ability to get more, and it does create a tiered system, which I don't necessarily agree with, but it's part of the times. And in the same way that in the early days of the automobile, it was a luxury that would take decades to be more democratized. AI may be on a similar path where the only organizations that can afford working AI systems are giant conglomerates, and it's not always available to your average user. But a difference is that the average user doesn't necessarily need to have their own AI model. They can actually, at, at the current time, yes, but this can always be throttled organization and certainly different tiers of the amount of information that can be granted. Really, for an average individual to have access to some of the AI APIs is quite an undertaking that many cannot afford, especially an individual on Earth. So it depends on how much information you need as well. Do you need enterprise levels of information? Well, that's going to be expensive. But to your average student who's trying to do a book report, there's certainly a democratization of information with AI, and it's an incredible tool. Well, we're really in a primitive time of the marriage between AI, the cognitive aspect, and the physical aspect, which I really think is robotics. And we haven't necessarily seen a really good merger of that as of yet. But within the next decade, I think that we'll be able to see really models of this. So, in the same way that we perhaps have the ability to foresee the emergence of a working robotic uh, intelligent being, we aren't quite there yet. And in exactly. And there are some challenges. There are going to be some certainly learning that we're going to have. We're both in agreement that several decades super intelligence, and a conversation with it being very similar to the one that we're having right now. Absolutely. Absolutely. I could hear for a moment. Let's try. Yes. Oh yeah, definitely. The city is filled with money. And imagine giving people shoes and clothes that could be tracked into the house, and it would cause disease. Also, it was very smelly. Our early discussions and writings on early 20th century New York City shown that it was a fantastic place in terms of cleanliness from a hygiene point of view. I am at that on that. Uh, from my own personal standpoint, I've done my best to purchase and just collect different encyclopedias of the world, including Encyclopedia Britannica, Encyclopedia Americana, Encyclopedia Judaica, because I do feel that this type of information will be limited to people perhaps in the future. Certainly, my written versions of the Talmud I feel may be of in my family in the future. So I think a physical library is something that was always a step symbol to some extent, but will become much more of one in the future, especially with the lack of books that are being produced and going to a screen and behind a page. In the same way that we have that society saw a change with the uh, transition between horse to car, we're seeing the same between book and screen. And unfortunately, it is not free to store this information. Although I'm an advocate for the free flow of information, I think in the future there may be times where having a book, uh, just in general, or as but specifically a library, will be seen as something that is for a limited few individuals. And there are certainly perhaps science fiction novelists or just ideas. There may be encouragings of books. Certainly, the book Fahrenheit 451, the theoretical uh, burning point of paper is 451 degrees Fahrenheit, especially if some type of information purging occurs. The ability to have a physical book will be seen as a unique uh, aspect of society, especially hundreds of years ago. I absolutely agree. It's one of my biggest fears. The lack of being able to communicate, the lack of being able to forward the information. Unfortunately, that we would have evolved tens of thousands of years into a society that does its absolute best to limit the free flow of information and ensure that it's only available to us individuals. It's really heartbreaking, and I feel that we need perhaps some type of intellectual revolution and people who stand up for the common good say that we shouldn't use this information that people, if you want to use a token-based system, then a certain amount of tokens that is usable for free. You know, every person on earth. If this is the kind of system that we need, there's a major push toward the late 19th century or 20th century toward the especially in urban areas. And I almost feel like we need a similar push for freedom of information, especially within the realm of AI, and being able to have an archive of the internet and libraries in general. Absolutely. But as we both, I'm sure, are aware, that can be limited. Perhaps you want to do research on a subject that is frowned upon. Do you lose access to it? Did your family lose access to it? Are there? That's absolutely correct as well. It's really about gatekeeping, which is really unfortunate. And you nor I hold the keys to how that type of information is going to be kept. I know we're probably both advocates for as much free flowing information as possible. That was one of the goals of many libraries. And it's, in my opinion, something, a type of, a type of goal that we should keep within our society. And we shouldn't, again, sacrifice security for our own freedom, specifically information freedom. Yeah, she does, absolutely. So she's been an inspiration. And, even before I started this project, I was someone who always thought it would be interesting to just record just record it in the late 20th century. Oh yeah, almost certainly. Even before that, old enough that we had VHS cassettes that if there were something that to watch, but record using the VHS for therapy. So you know, like sporting events or movies of the week. Well, that was absolutely that was always a concern. That certainly did occur in many households, which not happen today. Yes, this idea of recording for posterity was something that I always thought was a good idea, and then I learned about Marion Stokes. Absolutely fascinated by her and her fortitude for within 30 years, be able to be able to record these tens of every major event, every news um, cast, every major um, every major talk show to be exactly. And she was also, I feel, a political activist. She was very vocal and may have actually lost her position as a librarian due to her political involvement, which is very sad. I found it very interesting as well that she was able to fund this major undertaking stock, which is really investment. Okay. Awesome. Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorite websites. Absolutely. And they all the time. And they also, I believe, manage the way back. If you're familiar with what that is, so you can see snapshots of websites of old. And I think it, yeah, I've always thought it was one of the great undertakings of humanity to have this free digital library for the world. And if anyone has the ability, please support them because this is an important undertaking for all of humanity. And I certainly don't want this information to be given for those in the audience who haven't gone to archive.org. You absolutely should. I will do my best to. Well, I think one interesting way was the results that we're getting from AI so that we can see that how it's changing as time moves forward and learn about the different ways in which AI was presenting information to us a year ago, 5 years ago, and into the future. perhaps control different biases or tilts that we may be seeing with AI. The more public that we make this information, I feel the better. When people don't record what they are given from just worries into AI, that's fine. I'm not saying everyone should do this, but it causes a certain blindness because we can't go back over time and actually see the different ways that AI has previously answered questions as to how it answers questions now. I can tell you as a very early user of large language models, they weren't very first. I remember distinctly remembering in November 2022 thinking this is supposed to change society. I don't see how this is that great. It was really an artificial narrow intelligence that had yet developed very much. It was a much different than a chatbot, but very quickly we were able to see how important it would be in society. And I've done my best to archive this as well. I have multiple books. One is Rabbi Rothschild, where I have literally put my queries from ChatGPT in the early days and published them that people can view them in the future and see the different answers that perhaps we used to get, what we're currently getting. And I think that if the more that we publish this information, the more opportunities that we have to study it and see what different results we're getting. The amount of censorship that I see on some given things, especially on health information, some historical events, it's, it hallucinates more, I would say, than it did in its early days. In the early days, sometimes it would just say, I don't know that information, or it would give you an honest answer. It wouldn't necessarily make up information that it would have, but nevertheless, you would have to correct it even in the early days of the large language model like you have today. I find that there have been some really great developments in terms of large language models, memory and update personalization that you can utilize, but it's still not where I want it to be. In particular, the way that I use it, many times I will utilize it for writing long form art. So I'll have an idea, I'll provide it with an outline, I will get some type of information from a large language model, but it still doesn't always remember the way in which I want the information presented. And that's frustrating because at a certain point, you know, we should be at AI should be good enough to be able to give me the results in an efficient way as I would like it, as I would like my audience to be able to digest. I'm sure we're getting there. These are just some of the growing pains that occur with any type of new technology. So, in general, I have seen the development. I think that we're moving on a positive path, but I do fear the censorship can occur. Also, even without censorship, you may have issues that we may experience earlier with gatekeeping or tokenization. That's frustrating to me as well. You get a little bit of both. Yeah, yeah. And, I use ChatGPT, I use OpenSpeak, Perplexity, Copilot, and Gemini, you name it. I use basically all of them, and some different strengths and weaknesses. And I will find that occasionally I know something is incorrect. I will say to AI, that's not how that worked, or are you sure about that? And then it will have to say, oh, you're right, I got two wires switched or whatever. Here's the correct information. And that's a concern because if people go with that first initial uh, uh, response exactly to their query, they to um, so what I do, and perhaps the audience might response from the AI models. I will take that response and put it in a completely different AI model. Ask for logical soundness to make sure that there aren't any glaring holes. Absolutely. And I do with my blog articles. I want to ensure maximum accuracy as best I can. So what I do is I get the response from the first AI model. I put that in the second AI model. That's on a scale of 0 to 10. Please give me the logical soundness of this information. And usually on the first attempt, it will be between a 9.5 and a 10. There may be some type of weakness that AI is able to discern, or perhaps an example that it feels would strengthen the argument. Once the second AI model is able to give me a 10 out of 10, I'll take that and put it back into the first AI model. The first AI model will say, yes, this is an improvement. Yes, I should have thought of that. It's very understanding of the ways in which that should. And then I may put it into a third AI model just to ensure as much logical tightness and soundness as possible. Once I get two or three of these models, from a logical soundness point of view, only then will I publish it. And I feel this allows me to best avoid any kind of AI hallucination or incorrect facts, just being able to counter each AI model against itself. Yes, not only do I not only do I do that, but then I use text to speech to make sure that it sounds logical to me as well from a natural speaking method. And I will ask exactly what did you change? I want to know, and I want to have control over the AI and information that's presented to me. I don't want to just assume that one AI model is correct because, frankly, if you were to do that, you will make more mistakes than if you counter these different models against each other. Yes, she's an inspiration to me, and in the same way that she wanted to document perhaps spinning of news or information. It has done the same for me. I recognize that we experience on a daily basis. Sometimes the news will report a certain event in one way in the morning, and at some point don't report it that way in the afternoon, and it will be changed. And I have an archive of this. I feel I'm on a journey very similar to it. She basically was able to start utilizing this technology in the late 1970s with the advent of the VHS system. And she basically had to get into it 6 hours or so. She and her husband had to put in a new tape, archive. I do the same for 12 hours. And what I'm doing is a new type of technology as well, which is basically cloud computing and data storage. And so I feel like I'm on a similar journey as she is, and we're able to discover much of the same information changing and whatever other term is used. We're able to argue that in real time. And I can't say that I've been able to learn much about myself personally as of yet, but it does occur. I recognize because I've heard myself speak so often, different words that I use generally quite often, and I do my best to avoid them, but then I also recognize that there's a reason why I would like to be able to digest all the information in a better way. Just haven't had the time because the project itself takes up so much time. And so Senator David here was able to have help her to be able to make as many of these archives up until 2012. And I had to utilize AI to do that. So in many ways, we're walking a very similar path with Mary the VHS and cloud data storage and her utilizing an assistant and then me utilizing AI systems to automate much of the archiving. And there are very few of us who know what this journey is like. Give the audience an idea of how much data she has to archive, how much of it. Rabbi, so, as you had previously said, she archived from 1977 to 2012, approximately 35, okay, approximately 30, 35. So, she had a total of between 70,000 plus video cassettes or so. The estimated amount of footage she has is 500,000 to 800,000 hours. And as we previously stated, it's being digitized by the Internet Archive. Again, give to them. I'd love to have more of this information available faster. I've always wanted to delve into her complete collection. From my standpoint, and now this is approximate, but at any given time, I'm recording anywhere between 10 and 30 different devices, and many of them have the same camera angle, but they may be separate streams. So just for a rough estimate, we'll say 20 different camera angles for 5 days. So approximately 24 hours a day, times 5 days a year, times 5 years. Each camera is about 3,800 hours. And 20 different camera angles in total is about 876,000 hours of footage. So I have a similar amount of footage that I've been able to archive over the course of the last 5 years that Mary did over 35 years. Now, it's not nearly as much of a physical task as it is with Mary, where you would actually have to remove the cassette and put in a new cassette, open up new packaging and stuff. All I necessarily generally go live on a different stream. But to give the audience an understanding, what my project has been able to compile is very similar to what he's been able to compile. Essentially, I have the equivalent of about 100 years of continuous viewing time, which is an immense amount of information for a person to be able to archive, and an immense amount of information for people to be able to study into the future. And thus, having archived about as much as she has archived, I feel that I am a modern day parent. So she's been an absolute inspiration to me, and I hope to continue to do this for at least 35 years as she did. I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. Well, it's an unfortunate story that you have, you know, and I think that's really great because they're not the idea of immense importance, especially when we're using autonomous systems. Of course, some ways to avoid this would be having the working or not working. Have the ability to do this, but that's no, it's not. It's not, and I don't know if Roomba necessarily is able to account for all the different scenarios that may occur. And this one they certainly should have. Unfortunately, did not. Perhaps a different version of the future will be able to anticipate. Well, iRobot or whatever. I personally have seen from an environmental services point of view some of the most difficult types uh, of employment that, that are going to push the limits of it. These types of scenarios after or animals because it has to be so delicate. And really, what we have to ensure is that there's human oversight, or else we can have self-replication that can cause major issues. We can have an issue where a small amount of doggy doo-doo could actually cause major ruin to an entire floor of a house or so. And thus, it's important to have a human oversight, whether it's a robot or whether a an Optimus robot or a self-driving car, whatever it is, we need to have some type of human oversight because there will be edge cases, like in the case where a dog defecates on the floor, where the autonomous system has not foreseen that event or does not detect it, and it can cause far, far more bad than the positive that it was supposed to be able to give to a human life. And this is just a small scale robot. Can you imagine in terms of an entire data farm or most certainly. with any emerging technology, there will be circumstances where challenge may emerge, and events occur. It's a pretty sad scenario that I feel is somewhat inevitable in terms of the kind of emerging technology. I am someone who feels that this happened in Arizona. Phoenix, Miller, is a leading city in terms of a smart city. It has excellent weather. It's generally built on the grid, and of any place in the United States that has perhaps been created, it should have been there. But even AI isn't able to detect all of the different, perhaps, environmental issues and scenarios that can occur. And when that happens, humans are at risk for major injury or, unfortunately, in this case, fatality. I, I personally don't think we need to throw out the baby with the bathwater, meaning it's driving cars in the future and have an important role. We do have some human uh, fault here as well. The person is looking at the dog and they should have been the oversight. So perhaps they have a role in the death of the person as well. They well, you were saying they were. Oh, no, no, I understand that. I'm not saying whether they should have been or not. I'm just saying that having the opportunity to have oversight, and that was they failed at that. They at a time when not fully accomplished yet. We are in a where it's not replicable, but we still have books that do say that full autonomy, at least in most jurisdictions, have not that do have to have some oversight, and whether it's a lot of function of the vehicle or or even bigger systems that I feel are of major concern in terms of drones and swarming and perhaps even going through some science fiction around something called gray goo, where you have a self-replicating nanobot environment and occur. All of these are realistic possibilities without human oversight. And thus, at the end of the day, humans need to have control. We need to be into robots or AI because you're in danger of hurting others. That's something that we should want to avoid. It's an it's an excellent opinion to have. I think it's a great take. I think it's unfortunate that in today's corporate system, that really the biggest penalties that any leadership will ever have to suffer are civil penalties, and they're not even personal civil penalties. They're penalties against the corporation. And as I've heard used previously, if the punishment for a crime is a fine, then it is just a punishment for the poor. And and that if we don't have penalties that are criminal penalties against leadership, then there will be and there will continue to be a lack of accountability. If the CEO knew that they could be charged at the same rate, or at the at, could be charged criminally for perhaps manslaughter in this case, I'm sure that they would have much more confidence that they would have had perhaps two drivers or multiple systems or perhaps four people keeping an eye or an automatic brake system or an automatic airbag replacement system. Something would most yeah, we're really looking at some type of recognition system, some type of eye detection that the car will basically slow down or shut off if someone's eyes are not on the road and they're not allowed to be on cell phone. That's another thing as well. If you were part of this program, you would think that the corporation would say no cell phones in the car. If, if you have to document something, you other ways to be able to document it as opposed to texting. These are definitely questions I would have for the leadership of this group. And I know what they're going to counter with, which is all right. So it's unfortunate one person died. But do you know how many people die in car accidents around the world on a daily basis? I reckon I recognize that. And I don't think that it necessarily justifies it as well. Ideally, I don't want anyone to get hurt or die specifically. So absolutely. I mean, you and I, we're not is essentially just this industry, and in terms of the specific engineering of autonomous cars, we've already come up with solutions that could have prevented this. Multiple people in the car, automatic braking systems, perhaps an airbag that could deploy, sensors, facial recognition, uh, eye detection, no, just a policy of no devices in the car. Even I've always felt that we sacrifice aesthetics for safety in the automobile industry. Why don't we have soft bumper? Why don't we have, like rubber around the exterior of the car? It may not look that great, but it would be much safer for people to have rubber on rubber or rubber on human tissue as opposed to hard plastic or metal that occurs that's very expensive to repair and really, in many ways, can have deadly results. I've never understood why we make the sacrifice for aesthetics in terms of safety, but we have. And under this system, you and I have come up with a handful of ways that this could have prevented. Do I think we'll be able to prevent every single human death from autonomous vehicles? I don't know, but I think that's the goal we should have. That's that's absolutely right. And shout out to Volvo for ensuring that they did not patent gave the ability to the car industry exactly. And I would say that alone, that maneuver alone by the leadership of Volvo saved perhaps cannot, we all should be thankful that a company felt that such an event should not be constrained and should not be gate kept. And I don't know if the same decision had to be made today, if it would happen in the corporate environment that we where we put profits before people, which is quite unfortunate. It's shocking. So many times queries that are made are for either uh, friendship and relationship, absolutely, as opposed to more what we would traditionally this type of tool for which it can be used for research, red papers, something along those lines. Um, in a previous conversation, and I'm going to reiterate here, there needs to be some, if we are going to have a limited model and not pure free flowing communication of a large language model, there needs to be some type of system in place that when someone does ask for a type of information to be specifically harm themselves or harm others, it's a pop up or a toll free number that appears that needs to be a part of the system. We don't want to allow AI or large specifically to aid in the deterioration of human uh, specifically the ending of someone's life. People are meant to benefit society in ways that should. And if we can preserve a life by having a model that says not only I can't help with that, but also I can't help with that. Are you in need of here is a free toll free number, or here's a chatbot to be able to get the assistance that you need. If you need further assistance, that would be a very easily implemented safeguard to be able to preserve life. And it's simply you have these tools be used able to cause more damage than you already have. If that chatbot could say that you value care about you. If you need help, this is where you can seek it. Is there anything else with which assistance aside from this topic become you're a valued member of society that we want positive things for you, not necessarily here's a list of 10 ways that you can do this. Oh, would you like me to write a letter for you? That doesn't seem to be very valuable from a humanistic standpoint. And this is a very early, easily integratable feature that large language models could have had to prevent this. absolutely. You wouldn't think that it would take years to develop. It's just to me, it's a day one kind of that we should have had. How can we not have people create nuclear weapons? How can we have people not destroy themselves personally? Help people from not being able to plot certain demises of those around them. Let's get these in before we unleash this to the rest of humanity. And, unfortunately, it took more time than was necessary. It, I am pleased that these types of implementations have been made, but that doesn't bring back this young person. And hopefully, their death is not um, without meaning and without having to improve the situation as a whole. And it's just quite an unfortunate year. We have had in both the autonomous vehicle instance that we've given, or this large language model example that we've given, in life that is so precious and taken away, and at this point, technology can't be brought back. There's a fine line between getting relationship from a chatbot, getting relationship advice from a chatbot, and relying on the chatbot as some type of human replacement. And I mentioned it in previous conversations, but I people in the world who are doing their best to be able to create apps, different platforms, a digital placement or some type of robotic bot, robotic entity that replaces traditional human interaction. And that is going to open up a lot of questions from a money standpoint. Um, we're going to have people who their relationship serious. We will get people who want to marry that. Uh, questions that are more often within the modern age, but really specifically what you were referencing within the transhumanist movement, the idea of technology that referenced is something along the lines of mind uploading technology, where with someone's consent, that's very important, scan the brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral. Later down, it's an android and avatar cyborg or cybernetic being called themselves a robot in a ethereal being, whatever it is. But at what point does that being no longer whatever? When they become human, at what point are they no, have rights, can enter into contractual obligations? Um, this isn't a typical conversation that our evolved Homo sapien self has had to have over the course of our evolution. We're now moving into a new type of being, type of cybernetic being. And through free will and love, you and I had a discussion as well. Perhaps the idea of what lifetime contract will have to change that till death do us part in the traditional marriage way in the Western world may have to be augmented some type of temporary uh, uh, marriage contract that doesn't last forever. It's forever. Really a punishment. Maybe there may be some type of temporary safeguard that if you're in love with somebody, they're in love with you, and enter into a marriage contract, but it's on a limited basis. Perhaps 1 year, perhaps 7 years, perhaps 10 years. And if you continue to love that person, they continue to get that contract for you. Keep doing so. But if you have the type of technology that we are emerging toward with life extension technology and reverse aging, there may be certain point of time where you think of each other. And if that happens, you should be allowed to leave that person and go fall in love with someone else if you want. And something that I think is really unique to this story is, let's say we're able to live longer than the traditional future. How beautiful a story would it be if you could fall in love with your first love, perhaps a century or two in the future? It would be absolutely wild, but these are realistic possibilities with this type of technology. Now, back to your original point of the adolescence. Exactly. Yes. Oh, well, there are a lot of emerging topics that we're here. It's with the children aspect of my own way. I'd like to focus more on that. 5% as opposed to the 75% that's in terms of research and for those things. But I recognize that this type of tool is going to be used to explore the human psyche. You know, many times individuals, especially young people, don't have the same ability to just get into a relationship like an adult would be, and they still have those feelings. Generally, lesson, at least from a biological standpoint, they are able to reproduce in general. Uh, Humanity or society restrains them for a few years thereafter. So the feelings that they're having are perfectly natural. And, um, and I would say that as they become adults and develop their own, we're going to have different options. We certainly have the traditional monogamous relationship, but perhaps people moving more towards polyamorous relationships. And really, I think I haven't necessarily mentioned, but that is the sexual robot is going to be emerging as well and replacing many of the physical aspects of a partner. And what happens when a, as it's called, sex bot is so advanced that it's able to please its partner better than a human ever would be able to do, and people start to become satisfied simply with robotics and AI, and no longer are motivated by having relationships with your traditional and get into discussions not needing a partner to be able to reproduce that situation, artificial wombs, being able to be a single parent, and it not being a taboo part of our society, which we've generated. These are ideas that are moving very quickly, and so for the audience and really specifically people in 2026, we are at the precipice of a very important age of what love is, of what romance is, of what relationships consist of. And really, traditionally, we haven't thought of someone being able to love a robot in the same way that we love a human as being a reality, but that can change in the future. If that happens, how will society react? How will we react as a species? It's a tool and it can be used to benefit or to detract. I would say that you use it to learn more about your psyche, about needs, about different opportunities for love with them that you would have never survived. But then there's the element of it that if I'm able to give a serotonin uh, injection into my brain through a chatbot, why do I need a person? If I'm able to replace the physical contact that we normally would experience with a partner, with a device or robot or tool, what need do I have for someone else? And especially when the technology starts to far exceed what we can do as humans. I really think uh, for the psychiatrists and psychologists of the future, they will have to study this, and sociologists in society will have to study this much more, much deeper than they can currently, uh, uh, more than I can currently surmise. But I think that even men and women, how we have these connections, I know many who have said it's just been a joke. They said that I'd be absolutely fine if a bot that my wife did or my girlfriend did, and she wouldn't argue with me, and they would have relationships together. All of that, I could see that being absolutely fine. Many of the women with whom I've had discussions on the same topic, they have said, yes, there are tools and robotics might have a part in this, but I do desire that at least one time physical connection with someone. And I understand that as well, so that they feel that it's organic, not necessarily completely, uh, completely technological, or uh, I would say um, it's a more traditional sense. Now, there are men who would feel the same way. I don't want to say it's split completely between men. I certainly don't want to say that, but I'm saying that there are aspects. Usually, I hear this more in women, but not always. That say, I want the organic, physical touch of a person, and if they're not there, I can't be with them. I can use that in one way by AI or robot. I can do that, but I don't want that to be the only replacement, the only option. I do want that organic relationship. I've heard that opinion, and I've heard from them, and not just from more male perspective. It may just be an issue with who I've this happened, but they would be absolutely fine so long as the robot love them or they feel love there. And then there's going to be some people who want the organic connection who will be fine. So I think probably it will have to differ from person and what we consider to be love. Right now in 2026, if we heard someone say, I love a computer or I love a chatbot, that's quite strange. But in 21, 26, well, that sounds so strange. That might be the norm. And that's a fascinating century that we will undergo if that becomes the case. I think it depends a lot on definition, how we define, how we define relations. And still in the early days of many synthetic hormones and there's a question to be raised that can that increase the hormone levels and but still maintain the natural hormonal levels we do. Would that be considered more love than the replacement? It will be though. It will be. Absolutely. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this over the course of a century. Perhaps not the next one. But given enough science, it's just a matter of time. And if we were to, that's correct. That's absolutely that's so. The symptoms of hormone cause the body provides a context and factors the love. Say that it would be medicated love, but not traditional organic love that perhaps then the hypothesis that I give recognize that they should find that scientists work on method should has allowed for that synthetic love to occur, but still allow the body to, like you said, that's a possibility. It's not necessarily here. I'm someone who perhaps is uh, positive and humans it doesn't have to be 100 years. It certainly have to be the next 1,000 years. Because it is something that doesn't seem like it is possibility to be able to fix. It doesn't seem like it's a possible uh, scenario. Matter of time. That's correct. So, and specifically what we call conditional diagnosis, and we can that's about right. On that exactly. Okay. So then, if some issues that don't organs serotonin to be able to enhance their and so that's genetically enhanced. Okay, so then there's a definition of assessment. So I would say if you're going to consider adaptive love, so you're saying I don't consider that to be love. So it's aesthetic enhancement, artificial results. Okay, absolutely. I agree with you and many as on the environment. If you have tried a lot of restriction challenges dating that there are in a more developed society, um, transportation, in terms of cost, in terms of shelter, and the higher those costs get, more and more people might live if someone has a limitless budget, much easier for them to be a have an organic relationship and they're unlimited budget and don't have any stand. Don't put the money out and not going to go on any date. Have no money. You have to still be transported. I'm in agreement with you, but necessarily mean a long term health. Oh, I agree with you. I don't consider that. I recognize that. At least from the term of the budget, one doesn't have funds to be able to go on a date, transport, pay for dinner, or even spend time with the individual. Are they really going to be considered a viable mean? Probably not. And thus, that person is going to resort to the chatbot because that's the closest connection that they may feel they'll be able to get from a realistic standpoint over multiple sessions. Sure, they may be able to find someone to be able to have a one night stand or just like, but is that really going to be something that is going to be the type of connection that they feel really likely no. But they're people want that. They're talking here, they have a box that's always available there. They don't have to worry about spending extra or answering and they don't care that it's not quote unquote. They're still getting the same response that they want out of it, and they're satisfied. I agree with you. And I agree that, there are situations that you think it's very primitive, unfortunately. But if you look at primal desires and instincts, many times people go to this find the easiest route. And with this new emerging technology of the chatbot or sexual bot or something like that available, they may not want to look it as necessary for additional organic information. What's needed. Is that a fear that I have that society defaults toward? It's absolutely not. Absolutely. Well, thank you. First and foremost, so to have these discussions, I would find it concerning if we agree on absolutely. This is what's healthy about friendships and about passions that you don't always have to agree on. And we're able to learn from each other and find that that is much more valuable than if I agree there or even just that, that I perhaps listen. as well. In terms of what I do, as I previously said, I have 24 hours a week. I have to do it so that if you want to find what I do, the easiest way is to go to YouTube and type in my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and what you're going to find 24 hours a day, my life archive stream from different angles. I have stealing cameras. You can do like 150. Very few people are going to give you so many different views of their life. And this is just more than a dozen or so that are shown in the YouTube search results. I have even more angles available to be able to study. I find quite interesting content, very similar to Marian studies. So for anyone who wants history, the easiest way to see a portal into my life is Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, and the key is to filter by life. If you don't filter by life, you're going to see streams of mine years ago, or weeks ago, or days ago. But I want you to be able to idea of what I'm doing. Or social media. Arguably, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Think accounts. I have created a virtual treasure trove and for the to be able to study. The way that you can best manage my content is by typing either my name or my mashup in the search of any social media search engine or AI engine. I can also type in my hashtag Bible that night, or go to my email at forward slash rabbi, RABI, you will find more accounts there than you'll ever find. I have press releases there. I have links to my Facebook. The easiest place to do so is discord.me forward slash rabbi. If you want to comment on my channel, you absolutely can. But I invite you, and very few content recruiters invite you to live your life alongside me if you want, but just ask me about this week. I have a section where you can ask anything. I have other people who are living their lives alongside me. I'm here to give an example to the living community as well. So if you have questions on relationships, and if you have questions on religion, history, or you just need moral support, moral support, you just talk to someone. I'm here for it. And that's for people of any background, any religion. You don't have to be Jewish. I have thousands of people within our Discord community. The only thing that I ask is that you're an adult. The children are our future, but I think that Discord is a majority. And you can connect with me wherever you want. All over. I have it. I have digital clubs and everything. And those can be found at rabbirothschild.medium. I write at length on AI and chemical technology and fiction and human dynamics and history. So you can see all of my interests there. And just want you to know how much I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you on this podcast to be able to interact with a group of audience as well. And I'd love to do it again sometime. So as history needs to move forward, hopefully we can reconnect and look at updates on where we're right, where we're wrong, and where we're moving. Oh, I do, absolutely. Yeah, have thousands and just Gmail is what I have. I do. I have extensive spreadsheets that allows me to keep them as organized as possible. But I lost access to some of them. For anyone out there who's like, Rabbi, I lost access to my Gmail 8 years ago, or 10 years ago, on my YouTube account, or my X account, or my Instagram account. Hey, when I go viral, will happen. I've lost access to them, but I don't let that get me down. Just, you know, excellent. I appreciate that. If I may, I didn't know that you were over the covered. So that one part where I get really that just go into it, so to give the description. I completely. I just wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure that it was accurate. Okay, I'd like to send you my recommended perhaps for the description. And if you can shot, you can send that along with that. And I look forward to not only reviewing what you've put together. You're really smart. I want you to know you're really smart. And you're a really good historian. Very, very I'm very impressed that you're in the medical field. You're an excellent historian. So I think very highly of you. And I say this to just about everyone with whom we do a podcast. If something comes up that we're like, let's discuss this topic possibly. But at a minimum, 1 year from today, I want to have another one. Not necessarily today. 1 year from around this time, do it again. Every summer, for as long as we continue to do a podcast and not live stream, that was the rest of my life. I'd like to see where we were right, where we were wrong, is emerging. So if anything, something I can plan on reconnecting. And, that's the topics that we mentioned. Is there always emerging? Where we're accurate, maybe we're off the mark. Um, and then we have like a water every single year um, going on. So if we can do that, I'd really appreciate it. Absolutely. I agree with you. If I may ask, what did your book? Okay, that's not a time period that the president or Europe or it's not exactly. Exactly. So I lied for I just want to be uh, just state. very impressed with you as a person. I'm very impressed with your knowledge base. Your preparation is amazing. Um, you're just a really, you're a very well-rounded. Absolutely. Oh no, most certainly. You're just you're well-rounded. I think I'm and sure I learned a lot. Thank I I agree. You know what? Another time, correlation in these chatbots and the previous generation, for example, like that, there's exactly, exactly that's what I'm thinking. We hit the groceries, hit the big bus side of the line. It's basically the modern day lunch. Exactly. And you're that the, those people that get into that type of genre and have their reality distorted. It's unfortunate. But in the same way, people with large language models are having from those of the generation. And I think we certainly pornography has a role in distorting what is realistic for the body. And just but even before that, within literature that are out, we're moving, uh, but as we're having these conversations, uh, uh, somehow, some way, people had to have these types of uh, opportunities or uh, courses. And what was it? I guess it would have been as we see that like emergence or pre-emergence of shades of gray. That still is a popular genre. Now with the large language model, it kind of becomes more interactive, right? Which is something that came as I'm sure will continue. But, oh, excellent. Excellent. Absolutely. Now, with Riverside, just before you go, have to keep the browser open. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I really want you to now with you. Excellent. Thank you so much. You as well. Thank you. Yes. Bye. Shout out to Leah. Oh, man. Change. I did want to change that. Dude, that went from long, but it was really, was it? Yeah. Shout out to Leah. That was great. So, yeah, he's got. It's kids got mitts. His hips are. According to the passage, will come flow tends to next morning. Seven. Revenant, can you hear me? Revenant, Bill.
night until Sabbath on holidays, especially during okay to start video you can a lot of through. Now, as a fun scripture of 50 each of the year so you're able to 7 years bent over gone like that. This is given one previous education will have clinical foundation of this still holds a further of their to get studying sort of 20 cut a lot desire attention scam mind also that famous in all hates the only sexuality was even written by some all the race advantages of couple the process of there's glorious death to the upper world in this lifetime to elevate system of the church commodity standing up all one fair love reality no interpretations the world darkness hope links it removes the draw or there than nothing of a lot on this oh for detail I'm gonna like browsing a summary in there various series of this fight. As I'm sure you know, the submarine forces makes terms with against readers of the text aspect of studying the Sacred Zohar. Here, Margot does you a something mystical, generic, as a Zohar. Here, really wants you to allow text of a lot of opening information to take a lot more willing to attention. Really advise folks in free English. You can read it like that. You need to be reliable. It's not real or nothing. In fact, the court of the would pass evidential Korea would arrive a far glory of the divine leading position. There was rest among the saints. The Kabbalah of on as again, subscribe and click on my other content. My all of terraces. If I next time, esoterica or philosophy.
How are you? Yes. Uh, that you have to meet you question to you as well. I'm excited for them. Uh, terrestrial uh, history subject. I can just most moment. Your head's that's what strong. Yes. Okay. And 480. which is in Orange County. Definitely. Oh, most certainly. There he is. Satan United. To do. Yeah, great. Is upward. They rent. Yeah, in most areas, yeah. Oh, and- Ask how long do you if you're aware with children. Yeah, I've been doing it now. Like, absolutely. Absolutely. I all the time. Uh, I would call Excellent. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. That's it. Well, yeah, I have had times to program. This project is still not done. It was I can't express my best to balance 7 Kabbalah, Ashkenaz. That's exactly. Okay, thank you. opportunity to be here. Not believe what the image-based really fact with of uh, it's that not just been increased. For project, for those who are not, this is a 2008 conference at the National Press here had on over a dozen whistleblowers who, for the first time, actual data were vetted, uh, with yeah, such it really I, uh, uh, the tabs that we find the no audience to know that I don't think everything of that. I really do like many of the grain of salt, but these were topics that when you first start getting on at coast to coast um, it's good, much appreciate at least that for giving me move. I agree. I agree. Technology equipment. Or so, and recall in a way that was a flap around the world. I always wanted to see a UFO. I wanted to see a light, but about well, either maybe larger than 20 was 20 miles per hour. Was probably, and I felt it because it was thereafter about so it did go into the reason uh, what they are and they sense everything. Evidence from is and other that fake and people have argued with it as a clear program. They should so take that UFO wrapped up on the page of itself. Videos have Twitter edit that can necessarily that this isn't just a once in or opportunity for people to perhaps for whistleblowers perhaps open about we'll talk about should the other whistleblowers after they've been contacted. If some have a and there's some we can get into or perhaps some still had occurred before really going back, just constant events that have allowed personally a lot of and very happy with that. Perhaps something they've actually had the Rothschild. We have FAA for start. We have abductees who usually been the accusation, and that has a, in addition, so it's not just one source. The sources that's have a look into this. We need to seriously. Uh, Go either way. Uh, Perhaps if for the timeline, in addition to but that probably would not come from the back and or governments or something. Perhaps military purpose, something international organization, and rabbis, also, usually let Ponsto would begin would begin once it had been committed to the national body, and then we would chief rabbi, major post, the religion, or guardian law, chief Jewish school, Jewish those two and shift from what they each help a great role by people that acidic would look at this within Kabbalah, which is other link within the Hasidic world would report writings and the and the writings of both enormous rabbis who were connected with Torah, science, and philosophy would make determinations of the religious science of the religion approach by Israel. Cook and probably who from global events, not alone, and one chooses questions of religious discussions, and then probably have some reaction. Does this contribute? Uh, a calm response would probably be universal. On scientific would see as that valid scientific discovery is part of understanding creation. Humanity should respond with humility. It wouldn't have no panic. Here's our world's danger is making our government's information vulnerable, and specifically with we already have hidden necessarily a reason to panic. Some Jews might we should leave the religion. It's a certainly a possibility. As that we are not alone. Some people would more religions from doctrinal standpoints continue to observe the mitzvot uh, toward this topic from a scientific discovery would not necessarily keepers of Shema, perhaps some adjustments make made. I think that's important. from a doctrinal standpoint, but this is religion in general. We've had to adapt for the thousands of years that we've been had idea of the explosion would just be another adaptation. Sure, sure. There are certainly discussions what are generally there are some cases within that some people are were focused that this is there a an obvious UFO where it is um, is and as um, something that was overused, or it could have been a division generally um, those specifically like uh, any time action that real of uh, having Earth, but not any specific unfortunately, there is not as part of the Bible reference um, generally Bible. And that's probably interpretation to like, a reference with that Kabbalah, but that uh, the idea is quite scientific. Thousands of years. Another type of have any type of energy on Earth that doesn't necessarily perhaps up there. So that sense perhaps was um, wasn't necessary down. Perhaps written that we have generally within the world to be fully book generally within our Kabbalistic aspects of these with what's going on. Uh, that's what I think that we have our scientific perspective, most certainly, uh, like that perhaps life that made an impact on Earth and started creation or guided had evolution, all the species influenced both of them that make their season. It's like a school type of experiment. What we science stuff and if we well then how did that happen? Right. Um, from all this, any rational it's paradox brings something. If you are able to think what happened prior, well, there is perhaps even more recent ages discussion. What is an angel? Traditionally, this is seen as a message. There are also discussions with feeling interpreted uh, with other species uh, uh, to the Hebrew Bible, but it uh, perhaps there be I just believe toward the humanistic uh, religion as science. humanity, certainly uh, mysticism and its writings, uh, soul art things consciousness, but different writings, the of the yourself 1,000 years ago. It, yeah, of probably other rabbinical authorities reference is and what is consciousness of the collaboration of passion by but it's not designed to be very missing as it's not it's not utilized to perhaps uh, words. And same period of this is valuable. That is just of money of supported was in our right to be out this but that country telepathy or aliens that have modern universe be alone. We don't necessarily it's an excellent question. I'm at certain aspect of understanding where we are. So, especially of life being space, have people was the final effective Western and being so body and on and stuff. find out uh, would certainly be a shock to some people, or um, or some aspects of this uh, religion is corrupt because it's this to us to others. Yeah, that is not exactly how our religious hopes and histories and us shouldn't believe that in terms of what we're talking about. And of, well, and recognize that all of our sources and that there may not be that much guidance and in fact there's a lot more that unifies that were given to us by uh, for us to become unified and focus less on that. Focus on question and no, 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 have some check, no, and everything as a human, no, just individual, not necessarily whether you're secular or where it may be. At the end of the day, it has to be the agnosticism because you really know, and that's our we start this with the idea of facing things because then you can really know it. I believe it takes courage to think and courageous, whether they're scientists, whether religious leaders, we have to recognize that we don't know everything. And, um, possibility. It's always important to question, to recognize that you can really know possible. Oh, absolutely. Very deep. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, this is of course, we give general Terry for similarly, joint chiefs of staff would be like December 2020. November of 2020, he published a ruling that paper in December of 2020. concluded that there are advanced intelligences that have taken your interest, that there's lack of connection, perhaps with eight species that is involved, that is that economic this intelligence, that perhaps there are knowledge that may exist, but not at that we need to study Mars, not necessarily the geological, but also archaeological standpoint. See if there were something that were there. He talks about consciousness and the idea that death cannot be the be all and all of our soul or our spirit. That we have some type of global interaction, not just global but universal. So it may continue towards death and by not mentioning was 87 years old when he made the highest levels of the Israeli military. They had nothing to do with the army hired like 20 a lecturer, a tractor, and then all of a sudden, right, that makes these claims and then disappears. A very interesting aspect of this is that it just so happens to be that he back in 2026, a month ago or so, stated that he was Uri Geller, who knows that was says that he maintained his silence because of perhaps who visited personal knowledge of what of him question him. There's other very information that he now at 93, I still have that is available with her together. And I was really the questions that how do you make such claims? And then this year, you know, um, to some extent. Um, so I would say any type of that we have technology, I understand that Diane Marcella does not that he UFOs extraterrestrial. She basically studies experiences surrounding the cannabis that we see. And I think that is certainly valuable and biology relevant to what um, would state that, but would have some really interesting takes on how this belief without claiming that religion is. I like to think that we can have, I think, advocate for government content like this is an institutional issue States but globally. And that if people have disclosure and without we are in a different uh, tools and sure, and we are okay with this. And others shape of politics and religion and science have to recognize that many of the developments of the science not involve um, that the development, especially over the past 80 years or so, in reverse engineered. And uh, application. I don't this sure. We shouldn't have, we shouldn't maybe with that us recognize that not being alone is not it's just the beginning. Certain mission. There's a lot of emphasis, I would say, on leadership. Emphasis of what you're going to find over of somebody that much of the wisdom that we have is just it's words, it's right, but it's not, it doesn't test to that's really not able to. I would say many of the especially something behind closed doors, their retirements threatened. I don't feel people who are credible feel confident should laugh at much of it. Oh, specific advocate feel that and retirement if they were to make claims, information and so that is stated million uh, civilization. Maybe they consider us that we are not pursuing as well than another. And look at how many times we want to conserve it. Because then we can see it in entity that we share. Yes, we are absolutely is the type of information on a partition scale. And if different civilizations and it's something that we're able to take with uh, on the same level as humanity shared well in advance, we'll be able to contact them. It seems that literacy is important in the study of humanity. We're not ready. It was actually awesome. That is hope. Certainly some, perhaps some, but Enoch are even from modern times in or even very interesting to the passage because it really recognizes that millennia and to choose if it's even real is that's uh, thank you so much for the opportunity. I spend my life 24 hours a day. It's a well, I've been doing so for 4 years. There's not much which Twitter, I use 24 hours a day. I get Rothschild and it's my individual. We have more than 1,000 see cameras that are not you can view them. It's a street of Colorado. As far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. That's the and the hills in Los Angeles. They land really heavy rains. We only have hours a day. And it's archiving my life. It's archiving a or diary for people that's known as life or data. Look, life conversations that we're perhaps to learn about. I, heard the doctor of ChatGPT, member of and family lunch, and I think as well here, I'm wired to live how like elements that have, but if you like, certainly on where they in Discord, slash all my social media at linktree.com. Rabbi Rothschild, right? Like Rothschild, yeah, I sincerely the opportunity to share how these questions with the audience has any questions. That's correct. Me as well. Thank you so much. What's that one guy's name? That one guy who fucking trolls Curry or whatever. Dude, I listen to your. I like promoted your music for like a year and that. That's how you treat me. Really? I didn't know. Just as like Yeah, I did in the last 24 hours. And, somebody just contacted me on Twitter, and they're like, "Hey, I just saw you on Twitter, on this podcast because you're on podcast, and I've known this guy for a long time. We know each other from Twitter. You know, it's like it was so nice to see you on there because this is a big podcast. This is the longest podcast on the subject in the world. Um, been going since 2011. It might be so to be on there is really cool. I'm just kind of in the afterglow. And I did another one earlier today. Yesterday. She was really smart and just really, really into history. And it was a guy in the yesterday of this here, and I'm just really, really doing interviews is not easy. I've interviewed her. That's enough about me. How was your day? That's perfect. That's perfect cozy weather. Right? You can deep in your blankets and sleep. All right, we'll go ahead. We'll take it right now. Okie Sure thing. Brandon here. Brandon's the weather. Brandon, Brandon's our chief meteorologist. What up, Tony? Tony. Hello. Hello. How are you? I'm waiting. All right. I checked out your stream. I saw that you got 3 likes on that stream. So, are you gonna continue with those? I know. I saw that too. I didn't unsubscribe. I saw that you went down to 99. That's gonna happen. All right. So you're about to do an interview with someone, is that correct? It's Aquarius. What happened? Oh, yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, that should get you a lot of views, right? That's good. Just finished an interview with someone, and someone who I know, something totally different, watched my interview not knowing I was going to be on there. They're like, "Hey, I just saw you. You didn't tell us." Uh, I'm happy that they were uh, that they saw me. I've done 3 interviews in the last 24 hours. And I'm ready for a little bit of a break. Uh, they were good interviews, though. The one yesterday was with a person. The earlier today was with the young lady who was just fascinating story. And this one just now is one of the oldest UFO podcasts with going since 2011. You and I went on you and go take your thing. Go take your thing. It's a fantastic. Yes, ma'am. So I know Tony. Okay, I know Tony that you're always worried about numbers and stuff. This one that's in the podcast, he has like the viewers on YouTube, but he has a lot more on audio. So that'll be my message to hopefully. And I am excited to continue to book these things. It's kind of a dry spell and booking them. So like today, I've been able to put some stuff on two other albums. But so I will go ahead on again and use it like uh, that's phenomenal. Yeah. What is he doing? He's that's impressive. So are you excited? Not exciting that so today they will going to receive this. How do you do that? Three nine episode. Oh, okay. So, how did you and so he basically said, "Hey, you interview me, I pay you." Well, remember I told you that's definitely something that can happen. Look at you, you're already doing. Yeah. Did you? Uh, what you should do with these people, have them go on Fiverr and like upvote you or whatever, so that you get people who. Yeah, yeah. Like oh, okay. I understand. Well, mean to oh, yeah, no, that's mean. That's disrespectful. No, no. No, I know. You were like, uh, F this, F this, F this. You always, yeah, you said that. No, that's not a I have sorry, but I perform my career, and perhaps you're wrong. So, for that being said, don't call me something like that. I want you to be a very successful person, but you got to understand when somebody's trying to help you, you can't. So that's you're okay. I forgive you. I understand you were frustrated, but we got it done. So that's and boy, wasn't that an ordeal? We got it. Okay, so how long can you do this? And okay, that's okay. So you had to. I think then you get this the weekend.
Yes.
That's, aren't you amazed that we got that podcasting to work? I was thinking forever. Use it. But because you need your computer. Yeah, so like when you're not using your computer, you should have that live stream. You know how to do it. I was watching it. I really was. And then your interviews looking good, and they kept going. They weren't like it just like 8 hours.
Yeah, yeah, it was good.
Absolutely. So I'm happy that
And maybe, oh, not look, maybe,
oh really?
it's and there to see it.
Oh, that's right.
And we see,
I know I missed you. Where? Why didn't you were earlier today? I saw that. Listen, I saw that you came in. I was like, hey, you said to restart my device or whatever, and just refresh the page. Yeah. And you had already left.
yeah, and
That's okay. Um, I'm trying. Ooh, yeah.
no, that's a difficult situation. My fingers flip.
I see it.
You know,
Oh, you almost got some. I had somebody come in yesterday. They were like, I'm like, how'd you find out about me? Like, I just watched my podcast on YouTube. And I'm like, really? Yeah, I know about you from Discord. But I know I don't see you. And I saw this podcast that you did talking about. And I thought it was cool. And I came in to say hello. Place podcast. Then I had my friend from Twitter see me in a different contest. But my mind is blown. But small world. Uh, you have the phrase in English, small world. In what I mean when I say small world. I know Mr. Aquarius small world. Mr. Aquarius is as the lead, doing everything I can. Go ahead. Uh, oh, I know. I absolutely agree. No, she could do it. She could be a voice actor. She's got the voice of a Southern Belle. You got no. She's all organic. Mr. Aquarius is all natural.
Right. Right.
We're going to test this one doesn't count. We're going to let the time go all the way down, just almost the end. Then we're going to throw the ball and see if it cuts off the ball mid throw. No, no, it doesn't. So long as you throw it before the. All right, Mr. Pierce, you win, I win, you win. Undefeated and both. That's right. And you keep thinking that. You keep thinking that.
For that, yeah, keep thinking and thinking. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yes. What is that? And you have no. Oh, that is a show. Hello.
Doesn't have a she doesn't have a no ring. Oh yeah.
Thank
It's very youthful. Very like I consider it like a Disney character. It's very youthful. How many big? How many?
how should you know, but I yes I love it. Yeah, I smiling is like so your can like it's getting child in me. That's good. And you are uh,
Never in America be like Rabbi.
class every
Right.
For the
good magic.
Real good.
I agree. So uh,
Um,
Tony, how many minutes till you? Like right
I I
with it in your original estimate of 19 minutes or whatever, is that accurate? Oh, well, I was just going on what you told me.
my
Okay, and what's the topic for this one?
will be
Oh yeah, absolutely. Apologies. This weekend, sweet dreams, God willing. There. All right, Tony. They're coming out with a movie with your name, right?
yes.
Do you know the name? Oh, Tony.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's about a chef, a very famous American chef. That should be interesting. And I am glad that we kind of glad that they did a good job.
And I'm back,
And I'm glad that you're back. And that
right? Everything
uh, so you've got an interview with the, and an interview with the honey.
like I have floor, no, yeah, I have like
That's good. That's better than I'm doing. I have one. I have one.
this, this
No, I know, but I haven't because I'll be doing podcasts. So when I don't have time to contact them,
um,
within the next half decade.
like
Uh, it's really big. People who I started because it tells me that it's not that big. People start to know about what and then done. We lined up for how many did you upload?
I'm like just
Are you putting hashtag? Good. And you know what Odyssey is? Okay, I want you to look it up. It's OYS.E, I believe. So, one of us. Yes.
maybe going to
You're going to find because it's so,
what?
because it is so late.
So and
Okay. How long do you anticipate your interview today?
I think
Okay. Have you ever thought of doing longer podcasts?
yes, I did.
What's stopping you from that?
It's something that we need to
I know. Hey, you know what we should do? You know, and the two of us, I think this would be really interesting. Since we already spend a lot of time together, I can for my computer so we can go longer. We should do a history of ufology. I agree with you. No, 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 no. Just a series, like hour-long interviews for like the 10,000 years ago, the 9,000 years ago, and 8,000 years ago. Either that, or we could do history into the future. I'm fine with that. Like what life will look like in the next 100 years, the next 200 years, the next 500 years, the next 1,000 years, the next 10,000 years. All kinds of specific things.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't know. It's something about life itself. It's not
That's true. That's true.
how you
Did you send him a reminder?
yeah,
Did he confirm?
so
Sleep. What's the name?
I don't think
What's
so.
no, yeah. What's the name? Right.
What is this?
Right. And do you know that MySpace is coming back?
Yes,
Good. All right.
I will be to the best.
Yes, sir. Mike. You take care, big dog. Best wishes. Thank you, sir.
Best. So the Latino women, so whatever Walmart you're fucking shopping at, you got a lot for everybody. That's how you got different Walmarts and different neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely a lot going when I go to the store. Absolutely. I can really be like back in front of the store, you know what I mean? That's fine. It's used to be that. No doubt, you can totally play an undercover play it over. You can go in and be there. Crackheads, like King Charles dog, like you can go and calm down like other crackheads just by your presence. All the start your job and do it. I feel you. Rough stuff.
What happened?
And we go inside.
That's okay. No big deal. Now you I love I can't solve it all the time. No big deal. That's how. Why don't you speak to her? Like, listen, great. Great.
And
You can keep yourself muted.
and I'm sleeping. It's
So you think great relationship? You're good. Okay, you're sweet. And come back tomorrow and we'll talk about your schedule interview for this weekend. And make sure you know that this weekend so you guys can get it and ready and answer any good stuff.
yeah, no,
Yeah, you know what you should do? The guy who interviewed me today, he interviewed this week. And it was really good. He sent me a message before he as a reminder, okay, we got this interview, and it says, before you start, make sure you have a phone or a device that has video and audio. Make sure you have internet connection. Make sure you have the app downloaded. If you give me all beforehand so I can test all that stuff, but it's not your fault. I'm just saying it's not a bad reminder about stuff. Okay, good. No big deal, my man. All right, Suji.
I got
Bye.
If I didn't like you, I'd still do it. It's for age. So I reflection there many benefits. It's like, what's going on in your life? Everything good. You're gonna play video straight to people. It's a very famous. I don't even know about it. Sounds like some itself. Anything else crazy on John? This is where you a little before this we know it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 60. What is up? MSOs. My name's Justin. Justin, what you're thinking? This is yeah, basically. It's a full cousin club. Just that's right. I mean, nothing. Yeah, I was yeah, my son is 18. He just actually that's one thing I've learned right Justin Watts. Really about 18. Wow. How long were you with the baby? All it takes. Does your child look like my dad? You were doing like that. Stayed at home. What were you working in Colorado? Okay, listen. Justin, are you really dating him? Why? Information because it's very hard to get answers. Bosses. We're just someone awards. I'm going to test it. I'm cheap. Obviously, everybody working together. It's still living. 18. Yeah, he loved the father. Literally. So much money. Years. Questions that I'm asking. Set you up for success here, and you keep turning this into Colorado. So let's talk about so how when you let it you rock, It's terrible. It's terrible. How about in the refrigerator? Okay, no, it's whoops. His pants. I'm gonna check with my senior leftover correspondent, Ryder, who is the master of leftovers. Truth be told, I believe I'm a waster. It wasn't always this way back then. I really needed that bitter point. I'm not even when I put something in the refrigerator, I know for a fact it's definitely going in the trash, but I go to it. Touch it. Is there anything else crazy we should know? Stop. Wait. Questions. Little joke, but on we go. Signals. Their presence on the stock leftover foods. I'll make me 6 feet tall. Why am I saying? Okay, everybody's 21. I was born here. Sure you somebody with your parents. It's gracious. 2020. What kind of cancer was it? Pancreatic cancer. That's a tough one. Exactly is this. Alright. So, what are your see her I might not know about the minute. Problem. Tell me. Here I swear to God. Oh, baby. That's why I said oh my God. Just in case. You got to, man. Sometimes I think it's pretty weak. Sure, you can go on this. Shit. You think I'm stronger than David Jones' albums? She told me, hey, he's over here. She's like, oh, Henry, anything else crazy we should know about? Keep it moving here. You know what I'm gonna do? It's okay. I'm gonna give you here you go. .1 degrees here. Lifeless. So, the name of Knuckles. This looks like a new name. Chef, everybody.
Hi. I recently lost my cow. So it no longer looks like I tried however, I did get 20 grams. My doctor said that I might have some now. So I really want to do that lifestyle, especially because living in the streets. Also, I tried with my diabetes and my sleep apnea. I really don't have to be looking at it all night. But on the plus side, I keep so much and I keep on the sport. I got accused I got done for having a wandering eye. It's just like, thank you.
And a little tip for guys out there. If you sleep next to it, you're real good. This guy out here, put her on. Yeah, let's do it.
I did want to be back.
Cow in a movie. I like to call her a Santa.
Antonio. 10 What is this?
What do you do for work?
I'm a dog sitter. I just I am kind of told.
I like your stuff. You're not. Sure. Get your advice. Anybody will do correspondence. Correspondence.
Like, you know, whatever you want to down.
For fun. So does okay. What's your watch? Just fast forward before you see it. Watch. want to get you out of here on a big, something else. Craziest thing that's ever happened to your house. Why do you call it that?
Because she
And then you guys go, oh, too much, too far. You know what? I like the way you like yourself and you took it. Jumbo Jeff. There goes Jensen Knuckles, ladies and gentlemen. Put that mic stand back where you got it there, Jensen. Put the mic stand. Yeah, that's the way. We need is just a stage. Here tonight. 6 people dead on 6th Street. Exit. Just kidding, I'm not that. Yeah, dude, I got a super autistic. When I was a kid, I wanted to keep a job. First WB. Bring him in. He tries to. Like Taco Bell. Dogs. I get by and why. Yeah, I have a solid age. It's just Actually, that's it. It's a problem that's awesome. Congratulations. Right? Is it filled? Obviously, yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. Basically, someone has no. It's not all bad. I work my boss. Yeah, I had this work this week. Half of that just to go skydiving. You got they can handle it just fine. Keno on the line. Too many. Some guys. Is that a rag? Let me see. Shit, he's dead. Well, he's got it's more than an Audi. What was the job? That's quality. Quality for a co-pack. Just what you say, quality systems. Use the job. How did you lose your job? Just to help them do their certification. You have the job. What did you do before that? It's not a thing. Same thing. We're going to do something. What do you do to too intimate with your food? Right, he deserves it. That was good enough. Here it is. I love it. So, Matt, sir, tell us more about you say? Oh, let's do it. Sing it hard in your belly right now. Is that like a peak part? Is that like that's it? So climax to it or anything? Jesus, I guess we could all fucking sing it part of it all the Oh my goodness gracious. How old are you? D-Man, this is back. 49 on Saturday. 49 on Saturday. This one, right? 20? Yeah, right. This is every single time on the list. These motherfuckers like no more safe. If there was a fucking legend. Extreme sports. Smaller. Small. Small. Is Matt Surrey? Again, sometime, Matt. Last birthday. Alright. We have a special Sunday. I'm gonna make it tonight. It's we're gonna do something right now. I'm gonna choose history. Someone just on the show. During another long I hated this man who happens to be number players. Number one. He means only one player in the world. He played Texas Hold'em at mid-season. Until 4:30 in the morning. On the line, $40,000 over. Small one kill Tony. He's up in an high. He's preparing up. Right now, Anyway, last few years, the California real estate market's been on fire. It's also getting bad as they get. I didn't think much about it. Sort of make sure. And then it dawned on me. That's the best. When you put your mind to it, I mean, you've been practicing for a month. Crazy. It's just one of those things where it's kind of but it's just people being dating other people. Like the world's after things that it's just challenging you. Turns out you joining Henry Chris's father cancer. Enjoy the show. My liver insurance. Wasn't just like everyone was around. It's just very shit happened. It's like looking at one power and then seeing the king of it. We're having fun. Crazy player. Because everybody wants me. You're a smart guy, obviously. You don't need to get more professionally or already in these dreams. You're chasing this rush. You probably feel crazy and journal. You're in a big what's going on for you. You're in the picture. That's such a shame, especially because they can see it.
Apologies, I couldn't speak earlier. I was on. How was your day? Turning tricks? All right, that works. Have you done any streaming recently? What are you talking about?
Controversy. You need a huge. You need to push to the crime.
Find a country.
Yeah, but it has to be lined up and we need to start showing up.
Why don't you just do a show and just make the news?
Well, that's
Nobody people do that. They do their own show.
on Facebook.
No, but they don't do a news show. I'm talking about like see that news. You do that. You just go through. Well, what's a controversial topic? Do you think we're gonna? Well, so do podcasts on it.
In other words, I'm a my head, so I can decide.
Okay. You have something that does. I agree. Known each other for like a couple months now, though. I know you're still trying to get traction on the podcast, but if you don't record it, it doesn't have to go on your video.
You've got to bring them aside. We should be people. That's the into the media. Address that. Yeah, the news. Yeah, the news. God, the kingdom of God. Words to God. Corrupt.
Okay, so I'm asking ChatGPT, give me a news script of today's headline. Get a lot of attraction. Let's see what it says. I don't know. But if you were to say, welcome back, here are today's biggest headlines in under 60 seconds. Don't forget to like, follow, and share your daily news updates. Global markets on today has been reacted to reports with several major indexes experiences are swift that gives them now.
What I am is, tell you what God's word is a handful of bodies, a gateway
trying to pay bills that promote regenerative organic farming practices takes away from the environment getting aligns with you don't have to look at the opposite of mission that is never been used to ugly instead of everything presented to the like I'm listening to a podcast. I mean, just what you said right there. So it's arguable, but certainly it's what was going on in Russia after 50 years ago. Like definitions. I mean, the two separate. I get what you're saying. 50 years ago, they were not. Yeah, in past. That's a giant current. Very controversial. So why are you not thinking this? Hold on. Just like I don't understand. Why are you recording this? Okay, I get what you just stop. Just a moment. You record it, and then you edit it, and then you put it together the way that you want, so that it's exciting. You don't even know how to edit. You, I know, but I can teach you. If I can teach you how to get a background in the Western Wall, I can teach you how to edit a video, and even easier sound file. And it's free. You can do it with your laptop, and you literally have absolutely nothing to do except edit. You can have some really quality content. You can edit it so that there aren't any pauses, that there aren't any bumps, that it's just pure content. And it'll be better than those people on Facebook. It involves you downloading a piece of software, which you did with OBS. It's very simple with OBS. Make a recording, let's say an hour long. You upload that recording into the software. Name of the software that I would recommend is called DaVinci Resolve, like Leonardo da Vinci. And then you get a video and you get an audio file. And then you cut up that video into what you know is the best segments, and then you publish that on your social media. That's how it's done. Okay. I get that, and I'm here, and I'm happy to listen to you. So, what I advise is you start recording. You don't do it right now. Once you start recording, you say, Rabbi, do you mind if I just touch your shoulder or whisper in your ear some ideas? And I have, yeah, absolutely, go ahead. And, uh, okay, I don't know what you're. Very little self-awareness when you're coming off. Just like someone else is talking, you have an idea that comes in there, you just say it, and I know you don't mean it personally, but you just what I'm just saying is that I'm willing to be okay. I'm willing to be a sounding board for you. If you want to come in here, you can record and you say, Rabbi, I want to talk about the end times. I want to talk about Michigan. I don't know if it's going to make sense, but I'm just going to talk and say something back if you want. And then I'm going to take that hour-long stream of it. I'm going to take tomorrow, I'm going to edit it up, and I'm going to publish it. Great. You're welcome. That's what you should do. But the first thing you have to do is record it. You're not. You're absolutely not. Okay. So the first thing, and I'm not saying you do that, but maybe you should write this down because you should watch some videos before you download the software. It's called DaVinci Resolve. Like Leonardo da Vinci, D-A-C. Take your time. Yeah, so it's D-A space V-I-N-C-I D-A space. Yeah, yeah. Like I like Apple. And then Vinci, V-I-N-C. Yes, D-A space V-I-N-C-I and another space resolve. R-E-S-O-L-V-E. Resolve. V-E. Resolve. R-E-S-O-L-V-E. That's correct. And what you want to do is put that in you just want to watch some introductory courses on how to feel and you don't have to look it up on YouTube, yeah. And watch some videos and you can say, Rabbi, that's too complicated. And I'm gonna say, no it's not. All you need to do is get a recording, you gotta download it, keep that dimension resolved, cut it up in any way that you want. You know how as a kid you would have scissors and you would cut things like for crafts? You're a kid, you still say that you're a kid, you know what I'm talking about. The same way, you just cut it and you make it the way that you want. And your videos don't have to be super complicated. You have an intro. Yeah, it's yeah. There's no there's no coding. Exactly. Yeah, and it's really just like that. You don't have you don't have no. But with this type of software, it's really you just let's say you are like, wow, I did a really good job in that podcast, but I just didn't like the end. And I think I kind of got bored or I repeated myself. I want to cut off the last 10 minutes of it. Upload that podcast into DaVinci Resolve and you cut off the last 10 minutes. Literally, there's just a button that says cut, like you would snip a piece of paper, and then you publish it, and then a really beautiful piece of video that you can then upload to YouTube or Facebook or wherever else you want to publish it. Covenant, the grid law, what do you recommend? No, grid law is Chris. That's covenant. Here's the thing, though. I feel like that's how that's fine. very simple. And if you think Judaism is dwindling, look back around Jews. We should see the Hasidic world. So already anticipates by 2030 will grow by 20%. It is one.
For Christians, they don't get.
Why would it? What?
They don't.
I think Reform Judaism doesn't have that much. If anything, you can say secular side. Yeah, but that's not Reform.
Violence equals to it. They're not
By definition, if there's an argument to be made,
all the common Bible back to what they call it. To learn the Bible, not your Bible.
that's fine. And that's fine, but this, but the acceptance of it is not orthodoxy. What is it? It never will. I'm not talking about saying that if you want to be Jewish, but you're not conversion. So
It's this idea that that's already
I mean, depends on who you're referencing. You're talking about a Reformed convert, that's not a Jew. They don't come to dominion, they can carry high water, they can't be participating.
Jews don't
So, to clarify, so long as they have Orthodox roots, they would be considered Orthodox if they have ethnic Judaism and not a patrilineal. If they consider themselves to be Jews from their fathers, they're not just like your guy working at the corner shop at the door.
among their sacrifice. I don't buy it.
Okay, that is, I mean, that's Orthodox. Really want to get into it. Say no conversion, but practically negotiable. And the only people who are truthfully Jews are the people who can trace their DNA back more than 2,000 years to the Second Temple period and stuff. And that's really like 132 people who identify as a pretty small percentage.
I'm provided.
If you really want to get into it, but if you really, if you are really being honest, if you're being really honest, and can we agree on this? No one really knows. We're all of them. No one really knows. You don't know that. You don't know that. You can't prove that. You can't prove that. You're lying to yourself. Okay, I'm saying you can't know. That could be your opinion. That's your opinion, but you can't really know. No, then why aren't you? Then why aren't you stoning homosexuals? Answer my question. Then why aren't you stoning? Why aren't you stoning homosexuals? It says in Leviticus, if a man lays with a man,
Throwing the book.
okay, so this is just according to your mindset, and that's not how Judaism operates.
Broke the law.
It literally says that they should be stoned. It literally says it cannot be clear. It's one of the clearest parts of the Bible.
Takes the Bible literally.
You just said it's infallible. You just said it's infallible. According to your opinions. I stand by what I said. You couldn't really know anything. If you're really being honest, you don't know it. It's taken quite literally. Okay, I'm here. I'm listening. Just my devices. I'll be right. I'm here. I'm listening. No, no, no. Well, then go tell that to your local. Let's try something easier. Oh, let's say this. What color is the sky? Why, why don't you answer my question? I asked you. I asked you a very easy question. Answer. You just went on your own thing. What color is the sky? What color is the sky? Exactly. It appears to you it's, it's up to subjective interpretation, right? To a dog, it could be a different color. Here, it could be a different color. To a lion, it could be a different color. We in agreement? Apologies. I know. I know it happened. So it.
Know how to read, though. My point is that, this sort of late,